What's going on, everybody? How's everyone doing? We're getting things started here today. We got a lot of work to do. We're going to be working more on the spawning system and how it works with setting up what it needs to spawn and the enemies and all sorts of fun stuff. So we're also going to be bringing in a bunch more assets to kind of help fit the role of all these things that we need to add, all these different things that we're adding. Let me add, just need to do something real quick before I forget, because I was in the middle of working on something. Let's have our enemy creatures. Let's see. It's in. Gotta figure out all this rigging stuff as well. Like a bunch of stuff I'm working on. Okay, so this one is a device. Let's grab you and put you over here. I'm trying to keep everything as organized as possible when dealing with all of my assets here. Alright. What's this one? Alright, we already have that one in. Alright, cool. Alright. Minimize those, and we can get back to where we were before. Alright, I'm going to shut all this enemy stuff off. We're going to work on enemies too. That's coming up. But I'm going to put that on hold for now. Because first, we need to get this spawner system working so that it just spawns the stuff that we want without crashing the damn game. So that's kind of important. Okay. Enemy POIs. Alright, so we have Junker Hut, and let's call this a salvage pit. Let's call them what they are. Junker Hut, salvage pit. Okay. Alright. Now, as for the Junker Hut, that's all that we got for the Junker Hut right now. But yeah, I did need to bring in some other assets so we can beef that up a little bit. So let me do that right now. Let's see, this one, this one. Under here. I'm just gonna have to merge like everything into one folder for all assets. It's getting, I have like too many different categories. I mean, I guess technically it's harvestable. We gotta set up salvage stuff as well. Change this to salvage blocks. Okay. Update. Yes. Okay. Update again. All right, and then we're gonna make another folder called salvage piles. Inside the salvage pile is where we're gonna start bringing in this stuff. So let's bring in salvage pile 2. That one's ready right now. Okay. Let's set up that asset. Salvage socket. Simple. Save that. Okay. And now we need to set up the material. Let's see what we got here. Bring in these materials. Bada bing, bada boom. And we're probably gonna have to change the size as well. Oh yeah. Definitely need to step up the size. Alright. See, that just like changed because it saw that there was a mesh there, so I don't know why it's ignoring the other meshes, but whatever. Oh, maybe it's scanning in the world, not in the actor. Interesting. Huh. Alright, anyways, edit pivot center bottom. Okay. Save. Alright, so now this salvage pit is good to go. That's big enough. It's not bad. Alright, let's save that. And let's change the material to have a ship physics to it. That's what I call it. I just call it ship. Basically just means metal. Alright, so that's good to go. I gotta fix the roughness now. Yeah, that'll look pretty good. Alright, roughness. Let's tone down the specular a little bit. And save that. Okay. There's pile 2. Get rid of that. Now what we got to do is basically set up some markers. Let's do arrow. What am I under? Junker Hut, which is master enemy POI. Gotta think about this carefully. Alright, let's edit the master real quick. Let's add arrow to the master, and we'll call this resource spawn location 1. Okay. And we'll just set that like off to the side for now. Alright, so now when we go back to our Junker Hut, we can move that wherever we want. Whoops. Move that wherever we want, which is this. God, I thought that was a lot bigger than that. Let's go back to editing this real fast. that. There we go. All right. So here's what we got going on. Okay, so these should update. Let me try to shrink these just a little bit. These feel like a little too big. Okay. We'll just do one for now. Attach that. Oh, I can't. Shit. All right. We'll just say that that's the location. That's fine. All right. Now, the master has to say on begin play, we need to have some information. So let's add a variable. We'll call this asset data. I don't remember if this is the right one or not. No, it is not. It's this one. There it is. MEPOI. Okay. All right. So what we need to have happen here is on begin play, we need to know if this enemy POI has spawnables. Let's just call it spawnables. Probably gonna need to be spawnable resources, spawnable creatures. Spawnable resources, spawnable entities, and then let's make that. We are going to make some enums. We'll call this EOI underscore spawnable entities. We'll make another one called E underscore POI underscore spawnable resources. Okay. Open both of these up. Okay, so the entities are probably going to have to be specific, so we don't need to do that one. But for the resources, I could say whatever type they are. Salvage. God damn, maybe I should just make it a master item. That might be easier, actually. Okay, so scrap that idea. We're going to go with master item and master enemies. Instead, closing this thing? Oh, there it is. Okay, so we're gonna go with master item and um, master enemy 2. Okay, except this needs to be our class reference. Okay, so we got what kind of enemies are we gonna spawn, and then we got to know what kind of items are we gonna have that will spawn in the area. This will have to be be an array. Alright, this is like specific, I think. We'll just do it that way. This is tricky. It's actually going to be a harvestable. Alright, so if it's a harvestable, we'll say instead of a master item, this will be a master harvestable. Okay. That's the function. We'll call this spawn specific resources. Game mode. This shouldn't matter. This should actually already have the game mode reference when we are spawned for the first time. And this asset data will also be adjusted at runtime or when it spawns. Okay, so we're going to say get the designated spawn resource, assuming that it's a valid class. And spawn whatever item it is at the designated arrow location that we provide. At the arrow's rotation. Collision handling, always spawn, ignore collisions. Okay, so this is gonna spawn an actual harvestable item. Now, we're gonna have to make some adjustments to that so that it can incorporate more stuff, which I haven't done yet. A whole other ball of wax. For now, we'll just do that. Okay, and then return out. That should theoretically spawn what we want when we start up, whatever our resource is. And then we're probably going to have to set up some type of internal mechanism here. Resource type. So this has got to be changed. I got to add salvageable. Well, actually, it's going to be technically... I don't know what you're going to get for this. Probably going to be a little bit of both. For now, we'll just say minerals. Random amount, specific amount. We'll say that it's considered ore. Okay. Gonna be a little tricky. All right, so I'm gonna have to change the way that these work. Spawn resource. We're gonna have to say like spawns an actual item. If I include an item, let's see what we got here. Let me take a look at this for a second. I'm trying to think if I should switch my harvestables over to an item system. don't know. That's kind of a big lift. I don't want to get too distracted right now. I'm gonna leave that as an open topic for later. All right. So in the meantime, let's just do something simple just to get this moving. So we're just gonna say Junker Hut. What's going on there, Vane? What's shaking, man? I already have Dune. I've already played it. Played it for a while. It's kind of meh. I left a bad review for it. I don't like it. It's actually pretty bad. It's fun for like the first 5 hours, and then you're gonna be like, the combat is super wonky. It's very unforgiving. It gets very repetitive. Um, I don't know. It's very grindy and like slow. The combat's just terrible, man. It's like all you do is you basically just do combat all day long with butter knives. Like you just fight with knives. Guns are useless. I don't know. Yeah, I already got like a base and everything. I uninstalled it. Sorry to pop some bubbles, but it was kind of fun for a little bit, but you'll get very frustrated, I think, is the best way to explain it. It might be better to like wait until like later, like if they have their first sale and they've made some polish on it, because it's just like really bad right now. Yeah, you already got it. Yeah. I was playing with my buddies and like we went to like a camp that's like way out there in the middle of the fucking map or whatever. Had a base, made a few bases. We were working on shit and it's like, oh, desert comes by, destroys all your vehicles instantly. That's hard to grind for. I got killed by a sandworm. It just appeared underneath me. There was like no warning. And it just deleted everything that I had. Like, I know there's like, it's like a yellow thing and then it goes like red when it's getting close. It just like went to red out of nowhere. Like he literally popped up and I like fell off. It was like he was on top of me. So, and then I found out that they like shut the sandworms off because they were like glitched or something. And then they like fixed it or something. I don't know. Long story short, I lost, yeah, I got like, I think it was like 25 hours or something into it. But I was just like, yeah, I don't care, you know, like it's just too grindy. If I'm gonna lose all my shit permanently because of a sandworm that's bugged out, like that's pretty harsh, man. Like that's pretty harsh. Like I understand, like they gotta have like some like, you know, serious threats out there, but I've never played a game where I was trying to do a noob quest because like I was going backwards, like I rushed ahead and I'm like, okay, let me go back and do like all the really easy quests, you know. So I went back to like the noob zone and I started doing all those basic quests, and somehow like a sandworm just appeared and killed me. And I lost all my shit. And I was like, you know what? I'm over this. Like, I've never played a game before where they put a permadeath like crazy creature in the fucking noob zone. Like I went out there, I went to the noob zone on purpose so I could just hurry up and get a bunch of quests done, you know. I was like, whatever. And plus, I'm not really like a mission questy kind of guy, anyways. As I set up missions for my game. These are just one missions, there's nothing major. But like in that game, I felt like all I was doing was like constantly doing the same thing. Like go to this camp, do this, go to that camp, do that, go to this camp. I was just like, it just got so repetitive. I don't know. I mean, I've played every single game you can possibly think of, so I'm kind of tapped out in that genre to begin with. It takes a lot to impress me at this point. After like, you know, thousands of hours and all those other survival MMOs, I'm just over it. But I mean, if you enjoy it, you enjoy it. I mean, at least get your money's worth, you know. But me personally, I was just kind of like, eh. And like the other thing too is, as I get older, I don't really have time for like nonsense. You know what I mean? Like if I'm gonna do something in a game, I want to be able to come back to it later and know that it's still there. You know, like I just don't like resetting all the time. Like, oh, we're gonna wipe everything, or oh, you lost everything because you didn't pay your taxes in 3 days. You know, like I don't want to have to like log in and like feed the animals, log in and pay taxes, log in, and make sure the bonfire's loaded. Those are 3 games I just mentioned. That was Dune, Ark, and Soul Mask. Like they all have like this constant maintenance problem. It's just so annoying. Set up starting resources, open player mission UI. Okay, so this is working right now. We gotta change this to set up native loot. I don't know how much of that was cut off with commercials, but what I was trying to say was I don't want to deal with constant maintenance. Like if I play a game, I want to play it. Like trust me, I've done the most hardcore shit you can imagine. I've done Rust, I've done Ark, I've done Atlas, I've done all that shit on PvP mode. Like we became Alpha Tribe in Ark when there was like 30 Chinese tribes. Like we took over a whole cluster on primitive. That's the hardest core you can get. Like I get it. Like I've been there, and like nowadays I just don't have time. I just don't have time to like reset all the time and like log in and pay my taxes and log in and feed the animals and shit. I'm just like, I'm fucking over it. Because like in Dune you have 2 things, right? Like it's the energy, which by the way there's a bug with the energy. I don't know if they fixed it or not, but our energy went from full to 0 because we turned on something that was like too much energy, and instead of like draining the energy faster, it just went to 0. So that was a cool bug. So we like lost all our energy. But anyways, there was bugs everywhere in that game, by the way. Like we just constantly kept running into bugs. But regardless, I know it's early, but you gotta pay energy to like maintain your base, otherwise the shields will come down, and when the sandstorm comes you lose all your shit. So if you go on vacation or if you gotta go to work or whatever, I hope you have your energy loaded. The second thing is you have to pay your taxes or they'll just wipe your base. So, and the taxes are money, which means you have to constantly log in and grind and get money and blah 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 blah. So, meh. Spawn actors. Okay, so we're getting loots. Is this just for the loots or what? What is this? Loud loot types, native assets, current map. Okay, so this is considered native assets in general. Damn it, this is all of them. Alright, so we're getting that native asset. We're pulling up its data. We know how much of them to spawn right here. So if we say we're gonna do a loot chest, we spawn how many loot chests we want. If we say we want a hut, we see how many huts we want. Okay. And we're skipping the loot process and going right to here if we are something else. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at Bitcraft. I think Bitcraft could be pretty fun. Bitcraft is, it looks like, I don't know, like it's got thousands of players in it. That was the other thing that kind of frustrated me with Dune, was like I logged in and I saw like maybe 3 people, yet the server was full and they didn't let my friends join the server. It just said locked. I was like, okay. So I guess it's like based on like first come first serve per server. So that was one of the major things that just ruined it for all my friends in Dune, was because like they wanted to join us. People join in like staggered motion, especially like as a streamer. Like I have people in different regions of the planet, different time zones, different jobs, different this. And so like if people wanted to join, they're like, well, it says your server's locked, I can't join you. And I'm like, well, well, I don't want to leave my server and go to yours because I have a base here. You know, it was just really, really poor planning on their part. But regardless, that's enough of Dune. Yeah. So the game that I've been looking at is Bitcraft that comes out in like 10 days, I think, or somewhere around there. And it's a lot more like fun, chill. You can like build as big of a city as you want with your friends. There's like exploring. The graphics are a little soft, you know, it's kind of like like Fortnite graphics a little bit, but I don't know, it just seems like something I might be able to kind of like, you know, dip my hand in for a little bit and just kind of like do something on the side because I like games now that don't consume all of my time. Because I'm trying to work on my own game and I don't want to get like super distracted, you know what I mean? Okay, so yeah, well, right, and trust me, man, like, I like hardcore shit. It's not like I don't like hardcore shit. I just don't have the time for hardcore grinding is the problem. You know what I mean? Like, I'm okay with, like, getting on for 10 hours and blasting my ass off and going nuts, but I don't wanna do that every single day anymore because it just starts to consume your life, and then you're just like, "Oh, I haven't showered in 3 weeks." You know what I mean? So, I really don't wanna get into that rut of, like, letting a game just consume my entire life. And to be fair, like a lot of those survival games, it's not even I'll grind a game in like a week and be done with it. And then like I was already like what level 30 something in Dune and like I think the max is like 200, but I already capped out one of my like I was just kind of like I don't know. I was watching what's his face play on stream and Shroud, and he's like already flying around on day one in a quadcopter thing, and I was just like, all right, whatever. There's only 3 vehicles in the game, so if you can get to the end game vehicle on like day one, that's kind of weird. But um, having to like maintain your shit gets really old. So Bitcraft looks a little bit different. I don't know what the maintenance will be like, what the tax will be like. That's going to be the deciding factor. Because like if you make like a huge empire or a city, and you're building it with your friends, does that mean you all have to like maintain tons of taxes or like I don't really know. I haven't really had too much time to play it. It's in demo right now. You can play it for free. Um, uh, Bitcraft online demo. Yeah, you can like play it right now. I just haven't had any time to play it. Um, but anyways, I know a lot of my friends are interested in this a little bit too because it's it's just more like it kind of fits everyone's mark. You can do fishing, animal taming. There's tons of trading. There's markets. It's like it's more social. I guess is what I'm trying to say. It's a lot more social. If I'm gonna play an MMO, it better be damn social, not like 10 people on a server and my friends can't join me. When I logged into Bitcraft just to check it out a few days ago, there was like literally hundreds of players just around me. I was like, damn. Like I haven't felt like that in a while. Maybe like Stormwind and Warcraft. But like, yeah, there was tons of players playing. So it is popping off. I imagine it's going to be very successful. I really do. It might take some time because there's a lot of noise right now and hoopla around like Dune and a few other things. But I think Bitcraft will probably do quite well. Okay, so we're set to come in here, set up our loot crates, set up anything else that we have. Let's just double check what our POI is for this map. It's gonna be under here. POI. Nope, wrong one. What is that under? Assets, maybe? Nope, it's the full collection. Man, I don't remember which one this is. Nope, that's actual levels. Colony maps. Let's try this one. Nope. Oh, it's probably the PDA. That's why. Colony maps, PDA. So that's going to be under maps. Colony PDAs, Lara Prime, Beach Landing. Here we go. Oh, it's like so many areas to go. All right. So native assets. Here we go. Small crate, abandoned camp 3. What's that do? Crate medium, enemy camp 2. All right, so let's change this to enemy camp 1. Okay, so now what it should do is it should spawn an enemy camp. Yep, sounds good, man. We'll catch you later, Vane. Have a good one, man. Okay, so we're gonna grab this. This is an enemy camp, technically. Spawns 1. Should work. Okay, so what's going on is it's spawning. I forgot that I have it set up as static mesh, so that could be a problem. Asset data. It's an enemy fucking camp. I gotta change how this works, man. Alright, is it equal to enemy camp? Enemy camp or native camp? Let me think about how this is gonna work. If so, then we want to spawn. This gets changed. Where's that getting set from? Native assets. Master camp. Okay, so enemy camp is coming from master camp, not master enemy POI. Alright, so I need to change that to master I'm gonna get that to be part of that though. Why is this? What is that a part of? Asset class. Dude, there are so many moving parts, dude. Okay, so native is native. I need to like differentiate this shit right now. So if I say that something is a native asset, that cannot be enemies. That has to be like just totally by itself. All right, so if that's the case, then I can't have enemy camps in here. That's just not gonna work. So get rid of enemy camps. We can add like random shit like junk piles and shit, but it's not, we don't care about it. So get rid of it. All right, so those are native assets. I need to now change that fucking enum so that that doesn't screw me over. That's coming from E native assets. Creatures. I don't think we're gonna do creatures in here. We're just gonna do crates, 3. We can't do enemy camps. We can't do native camps. We can't do enemy roaming units. Alright, so these are like just like extra resource clutter shit. Environment stuff. And then we gotta have another one. Beach landing. And this will be not an event dispatcher. This will be a enemy, or I'll just say POI assets. Christ. This needs to be an enum. Okay, this is gonna have passive creatures. hostile creatures. I'll just say random. Ugh. These things have to be set to a specific biome too. Oh my god, so much, bro. Let's use enemy camp. Enemy base. Enemy fortification. Crashed ship, I guess. Okay, and then we'll just leave those like that for now. I don't know. Sure, cool. And then we can do an enum for enemy POIs instead. What was that one? What are these? Enemy POI types. What the fuck is that? Enemy. I think I'm gonna have to spend like a whole week on just organizing everything because I'm getting to a point now where I'm starting to get overloaded with too many different things in different areas. Okay, so enemy POI type, small, medium, large. That's old, so we can get rid of that. Of course, enemy POI, master enemy POI. Okay, so master enemy POI. Can I open these? Of course not. Let's just replace all the references with the enemy POI POIs. I don't care. Fucking break everything, whatever. Sure. There you go. Enemy POI list. All right. Master enemy POI. Okay, so master enemy POI, and master native, and then master mission asset. So these three. So mission asset is going to be completely different from master enemy POI and master. All right. Okay, so enemy POI. Asset data, that's enemy POI. All right. Jesus. Slowly getting some things organized here. Blueprints. Where is my main game mode? There it is. bet you there's a bunch of shit that's broken over here now. Okay, so we set up our starting resources, and then we set up our native loot, and then we're going to set up our mission, which is all going to be separate. Well, and then we got to set up another thing. We got to set up something called setup enemy. Okay, and then if we do this, let's double check this. So this is just for loot. Now this searches all these things here, allowed loot types. Open up that real quick. It's going to be this, and then I need to open up this. And go to the maps. And open up this. There we go. Okay, so POI assets. That's now going to be POI list. Yes, change. Okay. There we go. Okay, so now I can say I want a enemy base. Sure. Or enemy camp. Let's do enemy camp. So I say enemy camp 1. And so now when I go back to enemy POIs, change that to POIs. Enemy POI. This needs to take data, plug it into that, and the enemy POI. This is the BP Junker Hut, so it knows to bring in the Junker Hut. What's this? That. Jesus Christ almighty. Of course. This is what happens when you start moving files around and changing names. Unreal can't fucking handle it. It's a huge chain. It's just a huge automated chain, and it's just such a pain in the ass. Because I'm dealing with like all these randomizers. You're dealing with mission specifics, native specific assets to that map, specific to that biome, specific to that landscape. It's out of control. All right, let's try this again. So, out of here. All right, so if we go back to game mode, event graph. All right, so we're gonna set up the passives and hostiles. And then this will be set up the actual mission at the end. Maybe we should do the mission first, actually. And then we'll do this at the end. Okay. So, go in here next, which says, get the selected mission. It's pick up items, spawn actors, of mission object classes in a radius of. It's gonna get a lot harder when I do this. Hit landscape size. Now they can be anywhere. Okay. And if it requires something else, it'll do something else. Regardless, these are going to have to be very specific. That should work now. And then we're going to set up all of our passive and hostile entities and such. Okay, so let's get rid of this for now. So we can clear the room and actually see what the hell's going on here. Don't need any of these anymore. There's the error. Okay. Okay, so if it equals, what is this for? Master camp? Okay, we're just going to disconnect that for now because that's coming way later. I don't have time for camps. Not at this moment. So we're just going to hold off on that. Alright. Spawn this. Yep, there we go. So we got stones for the mission. Those are spawned random locations all over the fucking planet. Wherever the map may be. So that's going to be really hard, actually. Like finding a needle in a haystack. But that's what it's supposed to be. They're supposed to be hard missions. They're not supposed to be cake. They're supposed to be on these maps for about 30 minutes apiece. So... That gave me the XP too, so that's good. Should get those rewards, which is like what, 6 gold? I did not get the rewards. Okay. I don't know if the rewards are working or not. I don't know. I don't see those 6 gold in there. Or whatever those were, like 6 copper or 6 Elorium, I think they were. So I gotta fix that. Let's get that working. We can move on. Okay, so this updates. Updates our completed list. This updates our this. Oh. Okay, yeah. This saves. Save app list. Save. Okay, now where is that inventory? Are we not adding that yet? Okay, so I gotta get selected mission. We're gonna get mission rewards. Keys. Find each item. I'm gonna say save this after we do this. So we get that XP locked in. And then we're gonna do the items. It's gonna be under wait, Is it not firing this off? I already made all this shit. Give mission rewards. Yeah, why is that not? Shouldn't have to make it twice. Did I just like not add it? Like really? Okay. Okay, give mission rewards. That should do all that bullshit. And then we're gonna save DPC stats, level, cosmetics. Then I have to also do DPL player, inventory save, homeworld plus ship storage. Ship storage. Yeah, I think I gotta save whatever I have currently, otherwise it's not gonna update correctly. Let's just double check that actually works. Meanwhile, let's go back here. I'm gonna change this to a radius of like 1,000, just so I can hurry up and finish the mission. So we should be getting like 5 Valorium or some shit. 1. All right. Gonna add 5 Valorium now to our collection. Which it did not. Why? Why would it not add it? Yeah, shit me, man. Thought we had all this stuff working already. Update mission. Adds a specific item to the loot pile, but that doesn't do what we're trying to do right now, which is convert everything over to our saved version. Get mission reward. Why is this not working? Yes, loot. Fine. Wait. Okay. Oh wait, this is adding it to my loot. I don't want to add to my loot. Hold on. Yes, loot. I want to save this to homeworld. Yes, homeworld inventory. Give mission rewards. Okay, so you're gonna say does any of this. Here we go. Get the selected mission items. For each item that's found from the selected system, we want to see if it's already in our homeworld. Because at this point in time, we're actually getting the physical items. Because we finished the mission. I wonder if, yeah, the mission reward should go right in your bank. They shouldn't go into the loot, so yeah, that's fine. Alright, let's try this again. Let's change this to like 350. I'm sick of running all over the place. There we go. 1, 2. Man, they're still far away. What the hell? 3. Or 5. Okay. So it shouldn't show up in my loot, which is fine. I should still get 6 of these Akanis. Let's try that. Oh, fuck, man. Oh, fuck, dude. Bro. Ah. Are we saving? Hmm. We're just gonna have to watch the fucker, aren't we? Bro, like, why is this like so far away? Like, what the fuck? There, finally. Alright, so I finished all those missions. Now, what's going on here? What was I supposed to get? I don't even remember what I was supposed to get. Let me see. Shit. Words. What's going on there? What's up, Bobby? Welcome, welcome. Alright, so true. We do have this item already, which is... Okay, the boots. We're gonna say... false. Take the boots. One, and we add them to... add them to the freaking inventory, man. That should be fine. Wait, this isn't right. Oh, no, that's right. Yeah, because that's the right index. Yeah, so right index, quantity. Yeah, all blueprint. Yep. Yes, sir. Okay. Contains sword. Yes, boom, add it, done. And then right here, we're supposed to save all this nonsense, which is fine. And then what about this one? Save homeworld. Homeworld and ship storage. Homeworld inventory. And then update our ship inventory. Like, that looks fine. Like, we should have 7 of those, we should have, like, more than 7 of those. Having an issue with, like, the... It's, like, not updating correctly. Okay, so now this is when we're leaving. Oh, so we're giving the missions twice. Okay, so that needs to stop because we've already gotten the mission reward. Okay, so let me fix that. So that's going to be when we call the ship. Let's go back to when we call ship. It's going to be an action. Let's see here. Leaving map. Act time. We've already gotten the mission rewards. We don't need them again. Do a resave in case we're leaving like normal. And then clear our loot cache. Yeah, that definitely should freaking work. Mission rewards. I don't know. Let's try it again. See what happens. Is it an MMO? No, it's a multiplayer. Like 4 or 5 people, whatever. It's up to right now. It's gonna be up to 4 people, and it's going to be multiplayer action shooter, similar to Helldivers a little bit. Unintentionally, I didn't even know it was similar to Helldivers until people said it was similar. I was like, oh shit, it is. Okay, so let's see if we get that extra dirt pile. I don't even know what my normal amount is back at the base. Kind of like Diablo in a way, where like you can kind of, you know, go back and forth. No, that should have been more. Okay. Alright, I feel like it's not adding the resources, but it is adding the items. And why are these stacked so many times over and over? Something weird's going on here. I got a freaking inventory bug and I gotta figure it out. Inventory bugs are probably the worst. Alright, let's do this. Let's do... we know this works. Let's just grab this. It's here. Okay. I'm going to try a different method here because I don't have time to dick around with it right now. Start state, get the item, local, coming to item. Yeah, co-op. Yep. I mean, co-op multiplayer, so you and your friends. If you've ever played Diablo or Path of Exiles, it'll be very similar to those games, where you can team up with a bunch of friends and you know, run maps and stuff together, get loot, craft stuff, do all sorts of shit. Yep. It's the new 2.0 version should be hitting Steam here pretty soon. So this is what I'm working on right now, because it used to be like an RTS game, but now I'm converting it over to an action third-person shooter multiplayer. Okay, let's do this. This is our incoming item. Now we can just do this. And I can now bring in this, that there. But cleaner. Trying to fix this inventory bug so that I can have mission loots actually work, because right now they're acting odd. So should have this fixed in a moment. Then we can get back to working on the other stuff. All right. So instead of that, we want Homeworld. Change that here. Change that here. And this should fix the problem. Okay, we don't care about this. We want this instead. There we go. All right, so let's just read through it real quick, make sure it looks okay. State, get our mission rewards. Go through each mission reward, get the item, and then we want to see if that item that's coming in is stackable. If it is, check and see if we have the item already in our homeworld inventory, if it matches everything, such as item type, rarity, and display name, then we're good to go. There's another thing I have to add in here. That's going to be PDA. Does the current durability match the incoming items durability? Because if you get like a brand new item, let's say it's like, you know, a sword or something, it's going to be 100% durability. You don't want it to stack over one that's like got 2% durability, because that ain't going to work. So let's add that like there. Okay. That should be pretty solid. Right. Let's try that. Of course. I gotta get a mission that actually gives me like a lot of stuff. I'm just gonna keep re-rolling the dice here. Players wouldn't normally do this, but there we go. Okay, so 9. So let's do that. So we're gonna get this finished. We should get 9 of Dementium. Okay. Let's go back. Loot. Good. Okay, so it should automatically give us 9 Dementium. So if we have more than 9, then we're good. And we do not. It is, for whatever reason, it is not adding anything. Okay. That is bizarre. Maybe it's because the item type is trying to do resources, and it's trying to do regular items. Which means I need to say if the item is equal to a homeworld resource, then we want to do something different. We're going to ask ourselves, is the display name equal? And is the item type equal? That's all we care about. We do not care about the rarity because it doesn't really matter for resources. This shouldn't matter either, by the way, but whatever. Okay, so do we have the same name and the same rarity type or the same do item type? Item type. Let me just double check this. Yeah, so is it actually these do have rarities now that I think about it. Hmm. Alright, if it equals a homeworld resource, then all we care about is does the name match and does the item type match? If it does, then just slam it in the system. If it doesn't, then we didn't get a match. And then the next one, if it's not, then it's obviously an item, like equipment. Then we have to check and see if it has the same durability. One. 5 gold, there we go. Okay, so 5 gold. It's just like not, it's adding the boots. Like I don't know what is going on with these boots. So I'm gonna purge my save because now I've got like a corrupted save because I keep changing all the item systems and stuff. Like this, create a new character. Apparently is not working correctly at all. Did it crash? Player list failed to load. Try that again. I think I had a shader problem. What's up, agent? I'm shaking, dude. I'm just trying to get shit to work as per usual. Okay, so that shit should be that shit should be saved. Let's go back in here. I'm having a weird issue where it's like I'm having a weird issue where it's like not updating my items. And I don't know why. Why are the boots not showing durability, by the way? In fact, none of these are. But the weapons are. Why is the armor not? Gloucester, what's going on, man? Welcome back, welcome back. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the deal is here. What's new? What's new and what's shaking, man? Anything exciting? Library. A did not want to get stuck on inventory all day. Like, this is sucking up a bunch of my time. Inventory item equals homeworld resource, da 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 da. Set it as the found item, and then when we're done with that, we come back into here. Oh, here we go. Hold on. This is wrong. Get homeworld inventory. What is it? I got like a frog in my throat. Okay. Homeworld. Perfect. Alright. Compile. Save. Play. 3 weeks, no project? What do you mean? So you're on like vacation? Basically. Okay. I should get 4 octite. Let's see what happens. I didn't get shit. It's like not even adding it. I don't understand it. I got the boots. How am I not getting... How on earth am I not getting this? I don't understand. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, you're freelance. Yeah. Well, you're gonna have to do something. I don't know. Is that just like how it is right now, or just a little bit of a dry spell? Is that common? I don't know your industry. That's why you always want to sock money away, you know what I mean? The rainy day fund. Homeworld. Checking homeworld. Comparing homeworld to incoming item. Okay, so I have to assume that this is correct. One second. Sent mission rewards. Set to true. Is this set to false? This is to prevent someone from spoofing it, where they can just do the mission over and over somehow. Go. So you only get the missions once. Gets all the controllers, gets all the maps, saves the maps, unlocks the maps, then gives the XP. We know this is working. And then give mission rewards. Oh yeah, I got you. So you just got like a dry spell, yeah. It's kind of, or like a break. Cool. Well, take some time off and relax. You got some time to enjoy life a little bit. God, I for the life of me, I can't figure this out. Doesn't make any fucking sense. It's acting like it's just not saving. We're updating the save right here. What does this do? PC stats. Ship, homeworld. Should just have to save homeworld. I should also save the ship homeworld. I mean, that's right, man. I don't fucking know. Homeworld plus ship storage. We're just gonna have to dig through the code, I guess. There you go. There you go. More time to work on your game. That's the best way to look at it, you know? Damn, man. I really wanted to work on something else today, but I guess this inventory bug's gonna get me going all night. Fine, whatever. Extended release date by another week. Ugh. I gotta go to the bathroom. Take a quick little break. When I come back, we're going to try to diagnose this problem and fix it so that when we're getting mission looped, it's actually going into our mission stash, or it's going into our homeworld stash. That's right. For some reason, it's just not working. So I'm going to go hit the bathroom. I'll be right back in a little bit here, and then, yeah, we'll get into it. So, all right, go get a snack. I'll be right back. Okay. Get back to it. Let's see what's going on with this problem here. $10 gold. 10 gold and a blue sword or some shit. What is this? Sword. 10 gold and a blue sword. That's what we should be getting. Didn't get any of it. Did not get any of it. Not a single ounce. This didn't even trigger, by the way. Okay, so that's a little alarming. So what are we missing? What is not going on here? Like, what the fuck? We need to go through each player's controller, so it has to be inside this loop. Are we not saving on this? Like, is this not... No, that should be fine. Let's move this outside just to make sure it's getting it correctly. Nothing, doesn't matter. Incoming XP. So we get the XP, that works. Give mission reward. Mission reward is rare gems. Go inside and see what the fuck's going on. Interesting. It's not adding the resources. Oh, hold on. Are these separate? Mission rewards. What? Yeah. Yeah, there's some really weird shit going on here. It had mission rewards, but it was the names of the items. It's not including the resources. It could have just been a defect. Yeah, sometimes it doesn't show the name correctly. So I think, I don't know. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. I would have to double check that part, but I know for a fact that it is showing the right item, so it must be the right name. It is probably just being a defect. But the fact that it isn't showing resources is a serious issue. Unsaved, the pin empty. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'm going to look through all this again in just a minute, but I need to figure out why this is not showing resources first, because like we're getting the items, like the items are working, like we're getting actual items like boots and shit, so that we know it's working. It's just we're not getting resources for some reason. So since this is not including resources, mission rewards. Let me see what I did with that then. Hold on. It's something that we have it set up wrong in the data table, basically. Data table is my guess. Missions. Okay, so we got rewards right here. So, rare gems, mission rewards, boots, sword. Where are the resources? Oh, the resources are bonus. That's right. The resources are bonus, dude. They're not a part of the mission. I forgot about that. There's so many moving parts right now. Okay, so bonus resources are set up right here. I made it like an extra feature, so that way, like, you know, you're getting like, oh, I can get bonus stuff. Yeah, so like mission rewards. So we need mission rewards. We don't want... Let's just make sure that this is set up correctly. So when we look at this, this should say, you know, like everything, like the boots, the blah, 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 and the resources. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, see, we got boots, sword, and carbon. Okay, so that's easy as fuck to fix then. We're just literally bringing in the wrong boolean. So I need mission rewards. Okay, so a little different. We are going to, we got to do the same thing with the map, obviously. That doesn't change. And then instead of, okay, XP, that's fine. And then give mission rewards. This is going to be, we don't give a shit about this. And instead, this whole section here is actually going to be removed. And we're going to replace it with get mission rewards. Because these are the rewards that we want, because they've been compiled correctly from the server. Okay, so that's what we want. And then we're going to obviously get the display name of those and send those off accordingly. So now we get the actual item name. Actually, we don't need to do this either. Now that I think about that. Nope. We're going to do this. Because we don't want to reset the variables. We want to know how much quantity they have. Because we've already compiled what kind of items we're supposed to get. So we just want to like send that through the line. We don't want to like fuck with it. Alright. So that's our incoming item. All this shit, blah, blah, blah. We shouldn't need this now. Actually, we still might. I don't know. This is like a weird zone. I'm just going to leave that the way it is for now. Okay, let's just see if that works. That was the problem. That was the issue. Figured we'd figure it out eventually. All right, so what is this? This is 5 coal. All right, so we should get 5 coal. As well as a few other things. Yeah, see, it knows we need boots, sword, and coal. All right, sweet. Let's just see if it goes through. There's my mission stuff. So we're getting mission rewards, which I set up in a data table. And then we also get a bonus of resources. The player doesn't know that, but I had to do something to make it a little bit more encouraging. I didn't want to have to always set up, you know, different loot. Okay, we still didn't get it. So something's still not wrong. Wow. Kidding me. It might be this problem right in here. Does it equal a resource? Yes. Is it the same name and the same type? Yes. And we found the same. Da-da-da-da-da. Break the loop. Come in here. Grab this. Do this. Homeworld. Alright, we're gonna have to fucking watch this, I guess. What's going on, Nash fan? What's shaking? Alright, so we want to see if we can get those 4 gems there. Alright. So is the incoming item stackable? Of course it is. Alright, so we want this one right here. Really? That didn't pop off once, huh? Okay. Inventory issues. Just got home. Nice. Congrats. Welcome back to the relaxed, chill vibes, man. Did you get back from work or? Wow. Okay, so this is not triggering at all. Okay. I guess we'll just go with this method instead. So that's for the boot. Jesus Christ, spit the shit out of me. Something weird still going on, man. stop it down here. Try to see if we can catch it while it's actually going into the inventory. Debugging level up. That's pretty. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's what it felt like. Oh god. Okay, so did we find similar loot? Yes, we did. The incoming item is called what? Called boots. Okay, we don't care about that. Next. Dude. Something's wrong. It's like not. It's like not grabbing the resources. I know they're in here. We've seen them before. We know they exist. Incoming item. Found similar item. Found similar item. Incoming item. This is if we find a similar item for stacking purposes, which we shouldn't even have to deal with. Trying to figure out why it's not like breaking for my. Okay, so this should be five dirt. Found similar item, false. What is it? What's the item? Boots. What do we have in our home world? Boots. How have we not found boots of the same kind? 97. Rare. Common. Okay, I need to like rethink everything here. I don't know what the fuck's going on. So when we master item. Really didn't want to have to deal with this shit today, but whatever. Master item. Items. Master item. Open. Construction issues. Hang on. Indeed, it is construction issues. Oops. Oh, denied. I mean, when is it not construction issues? What we have construction issues just trying to play construction issues. All right, let's see. What was I doing? PDA. Why am I in the here? Item, current type, asset type. No, this is not right. Out of here. I want master. Is this right? Is this really what I want? Resource. Open. Open. I want like my normal master item. Where is that? Let's see here. I would say over the past week and a half to 2 weeks, it's gotten really difficult. I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. Like, it's gotten really difficult. I would say like 10 out of 10 difficulty because there are so many systems now that are all talking to each other. It's like it's like a ball of yarn. Like, there's just so much shit going on. It's becoming like very hard for me to like stay focused and like figure out which direction I'm heading. And it's kind of scaring me a little bit because I feel like it's about to unravel. You know what I mean? Like I'm having a really hard time keeping it together, the game, because there's just too much shit going on, and it's one person. Your brain can only do so much, So I'm trying to like make sure it actually still works correctly, but there's a lot going on, guys. And I am a little overwhelmed, to be honest. So these are all stacked. These are the item types. PDA item. Yep, that's great. Fine to me. So these are just our items. I don't know why they wouldn't go in. It's just considered a master item. It's the same thing as equipables. It's the same thing as everything else. So like, what the fuck is this fucking thing's problem? It says it right here, homeworld resource, Dominus. It knows exactly what kind it is, it knows how many there are and everything. I don't know. I don't fucking know why this isn't working. Why is it being set to nothing? It's gotta be just bad bullshit. Yeah, there it is. Alright, so it's set to boots. It's like, okay, let's do the boots. Tee hee hee. Alright, here we go. Boot time. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Homeworld inventory. Yep, there you go. There are your boots. Yay. And then it just leaves? Oh, is it because we have a return out here? Fuck. We were leaving prematurely, is the problem. We're only supposed to leave once. Ugh. God damn it. I think that was the issue. I hope. I fucking hope that was the issue, because I do not want to spend all night trying to fix some stupid tiny little bug inside the inventory. Alright. Give me something better than 2. Come on. There we go, 9. I need like a big number to make sure, in case I have some already in my inventory somewhere. There's 9. Finally. Fucking finally. Now we can finally move on to the other stuff. Alright. Also, there's something else that's been really starting to piss me off. And it's the fact that my weather is always set to like just change instantly. And I don't want it to do that. I'm starting to get pissed off with this shit. So we're gonna go find that core. Go right here. Is it even in my core anymore? Yeah, main core. We're gonna find the weather. Initialize core, weather. Dev change weather, auto weather system, initialize weather. Random start. I just feel like it's always bad weather. There. I included a 35% variable that will always have nice weather. That will help a little bit with getting nicer weather. So right away, we start with a 35% chance of always getting nice weather. And then it rolls the dice between all of this shit. Hopefully that helps a little bit, because I'm just getting like annoyed with it's like always shitty weather when I start. I'm like, okay. Like when we first start, probably shouldn't be that bad. I want bad weather to happen, but it should be a lot less likely, you know? Alright, we'll just leave it at that for now. If it sucks, we'll fix it. Alright, let's get back on track with our missions now. So, until I was rudely interrupted by that bug, we set up our native loot, which I think is still working. We find and set up our random locations, which need to be plugged back in. Starting resources, don't care. Alright, so that's back to normal. Alright, so now we need to set up our passives and hostiles. This is the next big section. So we're going to say this, basically, which is going to async load our enemy POIs, which is going to come from a loop. And this loop is going to come from get map current PDA map get POI assets. These are enemy POIs, so I want to go to the this, and we're adding POI assets. Okay, so it's called POI assets. Get POI assets. Keys. Find this is going to find enemy POI. All right, so if this is equal to this, then we want to, if true, loop with a break. Okay, so if we find it, we want to break it out. Well, we need to say that we found something. So this whole thing and all of this shit. I can't spawn an actor until the end. So we'll leave this outside. And we will just get our enemy POI data and load that once we're done finding what we want. So let's do... Jesus Christ. Starting to lag. We have to do another reboot. Find enemy POI type. Okay. And if we find it, and we say found POI, and then we want to break it. And we're going to say if this is true, and we did find a POI, then we want to get that POI's information, which is this. Okay. And we're going to say return node to true. False. Okay. If we don't, let me just nuke this real quick. If we do not find a POI, let's just make it smart so it automatically fixes it for us. So if we do have an error, we'll at least know, but it will still continue pushing the whole system through. So it's basically self-correcting. Okay. Now that will send the data through the line either way. So we can close that. We can get rid of this. And we could say find enemy POI type. This is going to be a much bigger freaking operation. All right, and then what this will do is this will then say, get the data that we just found. Async class load. Once completed, we want to get the class type, and then we want to spawn it in a random location within a random navigatable radius of said landscape size, and then spawn the actual actor with the enemy POI data listed from here. Okay. Next up, and there's our self-reference to the server. File, save. All right, so what that should do is this should basically automatically find, we shouldn't get an error, but we may. If we do, it'll auto-correct, and it should automatically kick out this. So we should find this somewhere in the map. Right now, it is nowhere in the map. We are good to go. Save all, play. And crash. And crash. Get fucked. Could have been a loop problem. Could have been data lookup problem. Could be a PCG problem. There's like 4 or 5 different things that could have been just now. I have so many clothes I still have to add. I gotta hurry up because my subscription's gonna run out in like 15 days for that stupid Meta Taylor thing. I haven't had any time, man. Just haven't had any time. I think if I like get my own studio off the ground, I was trying to think of like what the best positions would be to add. I mean, obviously, I would need like a generalist wizard dev. But another thing is like an asset manager. Like someone who's just constantly bringing in new content, making sure it works, setting up, you know, different systems, setting up landscapes, like just all the content shit that you need. Because I can't keep up. I'm trying to build systems so that it's like a pipeline that's super fast and easy to add new stuff. But right now, it is killing me. All right. Junker Hut comes from Master POI. Master POI just says, I've been created. Okay, so this can't happen. What is this? Oh, this is the resource. No, never mind. That's fine. Let's do... Yeah, that's fine. Enemy POI, Junker, salvage pit. I mean, there's only 2. It shouldn't be that big of a deal. We even have a validator in there, so it couldn't have been a bad POI. I'm guessing it has something to do with... yeah, that's not supposed to be in there. ECG spline. I think it has something to do with this. Hmm. Gotta name these correctly. Okay. Then we're gonna have to figure out all this crap. This is the next thing on the list. We gotta figure out why we're not able to filter out actor data that's other static meshes. Yeah, that'll be fun. Oh, did it actually work? Did I just YOLO and get lucky? I think I did. No shit. Wow, I think I just YOLO'd and got lucky, dude. Okay. I just said, like, ignore actor data, and it actually worked. I thought for sure it would be like, no, I need to know the actual static mesh. You know, but apparently it's just gonna know what's up with the actors, so that's pretty huge. Let's try to add something just to make sure. Maybe not. I don't know. Let's see. Difference by class. Yeah, it's working. I mean, kind of. want it to do static mesh actors though. Doesn't seem to do that. Are they instant static? What are those considered? Let's see. Static mesh components. Yeah, okay, so static mesh components. Fuck. Won't let me do tag. That could get a little tricky though. Unless on construct I give it a tag. Actor selection tag asset. I'll just say mesh. Okay, so if it has a tag called mesh, it will auto ignore it, but we don't have that set up yet. So let's go into the master POI and say, get this, get set tag, get actor component, child components of the main root mesh. Child components. There we go. What the fuck does this thing want? Get components. Can I add a tag or what? Set the value of variable component tags. Array of tags that can be used for grouping and categorizing can also be accessed from scripting. Guess I just gotta like go like this? I don't know. If it doesn't have the tag, make sure it has it, I guess. Yeah. Doesn't work for shit. Okay. What if I just set the main root mesh as tag? Mesh. And then I make sure that on construct, just set it to the same one that those are set to. Well, all world actors must overlap itself. Why is that not working? Do these not have a tag? Cat food. What's up, man? Okay. I guess I don't know if this is gonna work or not. Let me try to just add a tag to these manually. What you doing, man? Yeah, yep, always. Yep, always. Yeah, I was I don't like doing this tag thing. I was doing some Dune. I tried that game out, obviously, and it's garbage. It's fucking garbage. Yep, fuck. So, it's just really wonky. Like for a AAA studio, it feels like it plays like an early alpha. I'm just like, yikes. I don't know. It's fun for like 3-4 hours, and then you're like, okay, it's really repetitive. It's really boring. I didn't feel like addicted to it much. I felt like it was just like really like, oh, and it's so unforgiving. So in the noob zone, I ended up losing all my shit, as I'm sure you saw from messages. But like, I lost all my shit because of a sandworm in a noob zone, and it popped underneath me with no warning, and I just like died. I was like, okay. So, and then they like shut the worms off because they're like, oh, they're like bugged or something. So then they shut them off to fix them. I'm like, well, too late. I uninstalled the game, so get fucked. Oh well, what can you do, right? What can you do? So yeah, I'm gonna be playing Bitcraft though. You probably won't play it, but it's actually you might. I don't know. It's very similar to It's got kind of like that retro vibe, which I know you kind of like sometimes. So you should keep looking up Bitcraft, man. We can build like a huge fucking city. So I want to kind of take a peek at that and see what we can do. It's like fun. Alright, so that doesn't work for shit. So we're just gonna say difference between class static mesh actor. It's not gonna work. What if we do root? Root, parent, self, original, input. Okay, so do all actors, and I go by class, and I say master POI. That's like, it's just ignoring my other fucking static meshes. I don't know why. Yeah, you should. It comes out in like 10 days. It's an actual MMO. We're talking like thousands of players. And I'm gonna be trying it, so it looks like fun. We can build like a whole city, and we got like, you can do fishing, animal taming, hunting. You can go on like crazy adventures and shit. I don't know. It looks fun, man. We can build our own ship. We can sail around. Like, the world is huge. It's fucking massive. It's like unfathomably huge, and you can do whatever the fuck you want. There's no like rules, so it looks pretty cool. All right, so did we crash again? Yes, we did. Of course we crashed again. Why wouldn't we crash again? That's what we do best. We just always crash nonstop. Reboot. No, it's already working. So you can play it right now. You can play it right now for free. You can play it right now. Demo. Boom. Bitcraft Online demo. Get the demo. Go to, like, do whatever they say. Register your email. Blah blah blah. And play the demo right now. And just play it. Like, there's no excuse. It's totally free. You know, I know Zeppler's gonna be playing with me. I think Coco's kind of interested. Maybe, who knows? There's a few other people, so we'll see. But I mean, we could get like a Twitch army for this. Like, we could actually have like a lot of people, like hundreds of people, like running our own little like city. Be fun as fuck. So, I don't know. Something to think about. But we'll see. I don't know like what the taxing is gonna be like. Like, I don't know like the maintenance. You know what I mean? Like time to like maintain something. So if it's like ultra grindy and like slow and painful, then maybe not. But if it's like just enough, then it might be something that I can like casually play on the side. If not, then there's really nothing else to play except for my game. Okay, let's hit play, hit yes, blah blah blah. Okay, so why are we still crashing? You think it's from the PCG system? Let's try to remove this. Let's see what this does. Hold on. Generate unload. Generate on demand. Generates only when requested by a blueprint. Yes. Generate on demand. That's what we want. Okay, then we gotta go back in here. Okay, let's get rid of this. Let's put this in here. And let's say custom ships and sinking ships. Yeah. I guess we won't. Yeah, I think those games are gone, man. I think if you want those games, you have to make them. Is how I think it's going to work from now on. As disgusting as that is to say, I think that's what we got to deal with now. You know? All right, let's go back to the drawing board here. So if this is a Junker's Hut, let's just add this separate. generate. Okay, so that's going to automatically generate whatever we need. And then when we're done on begin play, player PCG link. Input actor. That's going to be static mesh component. All right, let's see if that works. I have no fucking clue. All right, so let's get rid of this. And now we got to figure out what's going on this other side here real quick. So main game mode. What is going on over here? Okay, so it knows there's one enemy camp. Let's help it get basic junker. Okay, so yeah, it should have found one already, but okay. Found false. Okay, why is that false? Junker hut and salvage pit. So there's only 2 in there. It looks through each one. Ugh. Drinking this Ticino and it's making me have to piss all the time. Okay, so why is it saying false? It's saying we got a junker hut. Random passive. Oh, I didn't set those yet. Damn it. So enemy POI. So we gotta set these to what they are. So this is an enemy camp. Salvage pit. This is basically an enemy camp. Okay. So we need to say, if true, we don't want to do this just yet. Yeah. We want to basically, we're going to make another local variable. We're going to call it temp POIs matched. And we're going to turn this into an array. And we're going to say add. clear. Okay, so we're going to add all of the types of POIs that are very similar. And then once we're done with that, then we come down here. Don't care about this anymore. Don't care about that anymore. Then we're going to grab a random. Set that as our POI data. And as long as this POI data has a proper, let's see, I guess we could say like description. I need something that's like not just the name, so that I know that it's actually, you know, set up and ready. So we're gonna say if it has a description, then we're good to go. If it does not, we go down here, we'll just grab a rando, and we just do that. Okay, that should work. Either way, that should work because this one has no description. Oh shit, it does. Let's get rid of that. Done. Okay, so that way that one should never get called. It'll just default to this first one. Okay, now we're gonna go back to, and then we're done. We get out of here. Awesome. Go back here now. Async load the actual asset. I don't know if we can do it that way, but we'll try it that way because I really don't want to have all these be hard loaded. Async load class. That might be where we're crashing. I'm not sure. I remember I'm waiting for Crosswind. Oh yeah, I've seen. Yeah. It's. I doubt it will replace Atlas. The freedom that you felt when you played Atlas, you probably will never get that again. Sad but true. I mean, at least for a pirate game. Like, you know how rare it is for someone to make a pirate game that's like an MMO? Hey, we didn't crash this time, so that's good. And did we spawn our actor? Unless it's hiding behind here, I think the answer is no. Damn it. Okay, so it did not load our actor correctly. I don't know why. But it is nowhere to be found. Alright. So something failed in here, but we got rid of the crash, so that's good. So we're going to see, I bet you that failed, or that failed. Something failed in here. This is our trip switch to make sure we didn't spawn something weird. Alright, so I'm going to guess that from there on is where our issue is. Once this is done, then we can start populating our POIs, and they'll start spawning random POIs in the on the map. Okay, what do we got here? We've got the name. Yep. Okay. Blueprint generated class Junker Hut. Okay, so that's the BP. That's what we want. Yep. And failed. Okay. So are we not? Oh, and crashed. Okay, so we like literally crashed here. All right, so something weird's going on with that fucking async load crap. Fantastic, and fucking tastic, and fucking tastic. Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, you gotta hope that I can get my game off the ground, man, because that's the only way we're gonna get there. This game has to be successful. You can't just start with an MMO, you know. So we'll see. Meanwhile, the tech is getting better, so we shall see. I gotta piss like a racehorse. All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back while this loads, anyways. BRB. Alright, we're back. I had to make some food while I was at it. What is this? Stupid. Okay. Now I get you hungry. Yep. Got some fresh pasta. Okay. Put it back. Get out of there. Alright, let's try something real quick. Let's see if like we're gonna kinda like cheat here. We're gonna play make believe. We're basically just gonna skip all this shit in the middle. I'm pretty sure that's what's causing the issue. And I'm just gonna spawn this straight up. Because I just want to see if it's that's causing it, like the asset itself, or if it's the process of loading the asset. I'm pretty sure it's the process. We should not crash right now, but we may. Who knows? Oh, okay. So it is the asset. Interesting. Okay. Okay. All right. See, you just never know. All right. So if it's the asset itself, I'm going to guess it's the PCG system. If not, then I'll really be confused. All right. There's our Junker Hut. Just going to delete PCG for now. But turn that shit off. So all it is just some floating assets. Should be absolutely no reason why that that fucking crashes. And the main game mode just simply says, yeah, find a spot, place it, call it a day. See if it crashes again. If it does, then it's something to do with the landscape size. Okay, must be the landscape size. Well, we're getting through it. That's for sure. I'm actually glad it wasn't the PCG system.
Like Santa's sleigh. Logi is the key to the war, you know. Pushing B mats in my favorite Alto, locked and loaded and ready to go. Sandbag stack, let's start the show. Loading up is like Amazon Prime. Logi holding up the front of the lines. Boom, boom, blowing off artillery. Rated 5 from the heavens, no mercy. Listen to the sound of the multiple gunner rings. Bunkers locked down, no fear from the enemy. Damn, hit him again with the 40 and slam. Toasted, roasted, burn him out. I'ma bring the heat, I'm going all out. Left, right, on the march again. Look, she's bringing in the shipments in. Got a bunch of new toys that I wanna try out. Here I come, you better watch out.
God, take your sweet time, Unreal. All right. For whatever stupid reason, it looks like we're having an issue with this, which is really fucking bizarre because we had no issue with it back here. Let's change the radius to 1,000. Let's not find the type. Let's just slap that in there hot. What's wrong with this thing? Whatever. All right. We might crash here, but let's just see. All right. So I'm pretty sure it's the size that we're scanning. Let's just double check that. Here's our double check. Yep. Okay, so it's the size that we're scanning. Interesting. So let's go back to where we find our actual size of the map. Which is right here. Landscape. Get current landscape size. That's set to box extension X times Y. That should be our landscape size. $100,000,000. So it's saying it's 555 million. Let's see if that's correct. It is not correct. Why is it so fucking big? It should be length times width, right? So that should be X times Y. You know what though? I don't think that this is going to be correct. Box extension. Time to pull out Grok. Box extent gives you half width, half height, and half depth landscape. The full size, multiply the box vector by 2. Get a random point, da 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 da. Use the origin from the get actor bounds node as the starting point for the get random point. Okay, I didn't think about doing that. Good recommendation, Grok. Why, thank you. The origin, da 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 da. Set the radius input to a value that ensures the random point stays within the landscape bounds. For example, calculate the maximum radius as the smaller of the x and y variants. Example, in the box extent, this da 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 da. Okay, get actor class, get actor bounds, vector times float times 2, calculate full landscape size. Oh, can I just do this? Oh, I can. Float. What's up, agent? What you got going on over there? You fixed an annoying warning from your array. What was the warning? Full landscape size. Minimum. Not valid index. Yeah, indexes can be tricky, man. You want to set it. But you got to remember, the way indexes work, for those who don't know or want to know, they always start at 0. And this is the tricky part. If my computer would work for 4 minutes, that'd be great. Bro. What is this? I didn't even know you could type in here. What the fuck? What? I just accidentally changed. Okay. like randomly change the title of my entire fucking thing. Anyways, index 0, index 1, index 2. Okay, so these are like your indexes. You can go through a loop, whatever. But here's the tricky thing. If I was to take something out, let's say I want to take index 1 out. This array doesn't do this. It changes this. It changes index 2 to index 1. Like that. Which can fuck everything up. So it's important to always remember when you're dealing with indexes, like you don't necessarily want to remove an index all the time. And if you're dealing with stacking or like an inventory, for example, you want to make sure that you're repopulating. Go through the whole loop again and recreate each icon if you remove something. Otherwise, you'll have a gap. So yeah, indexes are a pain. There's other shit too that sucks, but that's the most basic problem people have. Here we go. Break vector. Minimum 0.5. Oh man, you shouldn't. Yeah, you never want to put an array on a tick. Arrays should only be called or updated like per usage, you know? Yeah, you'd never want to do it on a tick, ever. Ever. That's crazy. That would definitely cause lag. I can understand putting it maybe on like a timer where it like updates every second or every 5 seconds, but even that is getting a little dicey. Yeah, that's crazy. If you're trying to like track entities or enemies, what I would do is I would add it to like an array and then have that whole array like sync up to certain things that are within a certain range or like check every once in a while. But that gets tricky. You got to be really careful with arrays, man. They're great, but you know, you don't want to overdo it. Okay. There you go. Okay. Break vector splits into XYZ components. Okay. Can I do this twice? I can. Okay. So XY minimums with a safety of 0.5, and then we want to I'm going to translate that back to a float, though. Whoops. Damn it. Should be that. What's going on, Zachary? What's shaking, dude? I'm doing good. Sorry, I'm like reading stuff over here right now. What are you up to? The game's going good. Probably like a week or two out, and they'll have this new multiplayer version ready to rock and roll here. Hopefully. Might have to extend that time frame a little bit. Vector bounds, break vector. Okay, so it's saying to break the vector right here, which, whatever. Oh, whoops. I was multiplying that. Forgot I had that in there. Okay. Break vector, min x, y, single float radius. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it. Radius. Get random point. All right, let's see what that spits out. But yeah, man, I'm just chilling, doing my thing, working on the game. You know, same old shit. What is that all about? Why is it saying 0.25, bro? I thought it was okay. Yeah, man. So I'm trying to get the box extension of the landscape, and I'm trying to get the size and turn it into a radius. Get actor bounds, origin, box extension. Yep. Break vector, box extension, XYZ, minimum X, minimum Y. Wait, do these both go into one? Oh, wait. Do I just take the both of those? And then multiply this times 0.5? Oh, maybe that's what it meant. My bad. I'm not too good with the math nodes. Still learning. There we go. Okay, so now we have the correct radius. That's what I wanted to see. All right. So now, current landscape size should not be 5 billion. Like some ridiculous number. It should be within a normal radius of however large our landscape is. Current landscape size. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Save all. Let's see if it crashes. It shouldn't now. Should be able to handle that. Oh. Okay, a little bit of stutter off the top, but that's normal because we're loading a map. That's all supposed to be during a loading screen anyways. All right, so it did put it in a random location, so that's good. And this would be a POI. So then what we can do is we can start building up that POI with whatever we want. Okay, now, since we think that was the culprit for the crash, now we can add our customization system, which should pick up any type of thing that we want. I hope it doesn't crash, but it might. Plug all this data in. Okay. This is going to be this. That. Okay, so once again, map has nothing on it. Nothing here. So it should spawn that site somewhere randomly still. Hopefully it doesn't crash. Oh, thank God. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's really good. We're making progress. Did it spawn though? Ah, damn, it did not spawn. Unless it's behind somewhere. I gotta check. Nowhere to be found. All right, so it's not spawning our actor for some reason. Oh, this could be a pain in the butt. We're close. We got rid of the crash, and we got it to, like, it will spawn stuff, but for some reason, I can't seem to get this stupid soft reference bullshit to work. So let's use AI again to try to flush us through the system here. Soft reference to a random POI. All right, let's see what we got from Raw. Resolve soft reference. I was using the wrong node, apparently. Alternatively, you can use async load asset to load the soft reference if it's not already loaded, but this is optional if you know the asset is already available. Oh, so that's if it's already available, which it is not. Okay. Alrighty. Let's try this. Use spawn actor from class alternative. Okay, so I don't even have to fucking cast to it, I don't think. You just say is valid. Yoink. Put you back in. Alright, let's see if we get this to work now. This would be pretty sweet if it does. No crashes, that's good. And there it is. It works. It fucking works, boys. It fucking works. That's huge. That's huge. Alright. Let's start adding the other shit now. So, second section. Junker is supposed to spawn a PCG system. PCG system is supposed to say, I'm going to be set as a salvage pile. And this is going to generate on command and then clear. Let's see if this part works. Hopefully we just broke through another big wall. This will be nice. Okay, a little bit of lag. It's loading, that's fine. I don't see it anywhere. Yeah, I don't think it's fun anywhere. Okay. Alright, so something weird happened. What's this do? Okay, sure, whatever. No, I don't see it anywhere. Okay. Turn that off. Okay. Interesting. Enemy POI data. That's supposed to spawn that. All right, let's get this part to work, and then we'll worry about the weird ass PCG thing. I don't know why that's not working correctly yet, but whatever. We'll get there. All right, so this is supposed to say spawn specific resource, get the enemy POI data, get the specific designated resource, and put that there. Okay, that's going to be enemy POI. So I think this needs to be... I don't know what this needs to be honest. Master harvestable. I think sign icon. What are we for ore? Might be able to just make it a static mesh. Designated resource spawn. That's going to be under right here. Let's just add this real quick. Yeah, something simple. That's mesh. Two. Why is this thing not spawning anymore? Did we just have that working? What was going on? We just had that thing working. Why is it like suddenly not working? An enemy POI. Add random. Is it like, what is going on? Keeps loading the salvage pit. All right. I'm just gonna say get. No. All right. I guess we need to just make another asset because I'm fighting between these two pits right now, and one isn't created. So let's just make this one. Go to description. An enemy salvage pit with random resources. Okay. And the actual BP is going to come from assets, mission assets, enemy POIs, duplicate, BP underscore salvage pit. Okay. Okay, so essentially we just are making the exact same thing twice. Bunker hut. How much bit? Yeah, whatever. Two different things, same result. Okay. I was like getting a 50-50 split on that. Okay, yeah, now it's working. Of course, it's not supposed to spawn on my face, but we'll have to fix that. Yeah. Like super chugged up. Something weird happened on that boot there. This thing is supposed to be updating my navigatable radius, so don't know why that happened. Okay. Navigation just doesn't like to update sometimes, I guess. All right. Save. All right, now why does it still think that it's able to hit this shit? Yeah, it should have not done that, but I think I know the reason why, because it's like placing down, it's like picking a point. It's not, so like it can still overlap. Yeah, it's going to be tricky to try to fix that problem. Okay, so the ore did appear, and it's not doing what I wanted with the arrow, so let's fix that. That's going to be Junker Hut. Reset that. Zero 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 111. All right. The scales are all fucking whacked. I don't know what's going on with the scale system right now. What the fuck is going on right now? I'm like teleporting all over the place. Why did this get set to 2? Well, that's definitely not going to help matters. No, that should be set to 111. I don't know. Shit got moved around. I don't know how, but it should be good now. Yeah, so that's the same size. Okay, cool. Okay, and there's the resources. I thought we changed that. Let's update that. Modeling. Okay. Ugh. Did I not bake it? My God. Perfect. Now this is a salvage camp. The resources that spawn here are random. We can set it to whatever we want. And these resources will actually be harvestable a little bit later. I gotta set that up still. So yeah, this is basically a salvage camp. It's really basic right now, but it's the start. It appears in a random location. We're gonna build it up so that it's an actual like area. Right now it's just kind of generic, but I can start building that up now. So I wonder if I can build inside the map if I bring the blueprint in ahead of time. I gotta clean all this stuff up too. That's like a whole other mission that I gotta work on. Okay, so since that works, what we can say, we can make that as a test mesh. Okay, where's Junker Hut? Let's grab that right now. Let's just pimp this out real fast. Let's see here. Mission assets. Enemy. Junker Hut. Alright, so this is our Junker Hut. See, I'm wondering if I can like add shit directly to this from here. Get all these devices imported. Six. By 7. Device 8. And device number 9. Alright, now we gotta work our way back. This is what always takes so long. This is why I need like an asset manager. There's just so much shit that needs to get processed correctly, and all the materials need to be set up correctly. It's just like, ugh. All right. That one's good to go. Seven. Okay, set this one up here. And you've got the materials that need to be set up correctly. And then you've got to set up all the sizing and the acid itself. I gotta set up all the collisions still.
Don't stop.
Am I 6? Sure that one's baked. Can't remember if I did it or not. I like need these parts in here so I can start like making my scenes. Whoops. This. Yep. Physical material.
She looks like an angel.
Okay. Whoops. Okay, that one's ready.
Follow me with your eyes. I believe how much you fantasize about this. You will know.
Actually, be used as like a turret head. Looks like a sweet ass turret head, doesn't it? Maybe that's what we'll use it for. These are just like various things, anyways. Am I device 5?
Coming for you. I am coming for you.
Okie dokie. That one's all set as well. I think we're just about done bringing in some devices. Bake that transformation. Okay. We got the physical ship material. That's all set. Make that transformation. Okay. Got some extra devices we can play with now. Brought a few of them in. Let's see. What else was I gonna bring in? I was gonna bring in. I got platform parts are getting replaced soon. Harvestable, salvageable piles. All right, let's try bringing in another pile. Try pile 3. Ah. Pile 3. Wish it would let me give it like a pre-made physics material, but whatever. All right. Okay. All right, so now what we can do is we could say now that we have two different types of harvestable junk piles. Enemy POI, junk. This is going to be the resource that appears, but I'm going to change that to be a part of the where was it? Designated resource type. So this will be master harvestable. Yes, a master harvestable. Let me think of how I want to do this. Let's leave it like that for now. Just for now. Let's add a spawnable entity. Master enemy 2. New followers, welcome, welcome. What am I working on? I am working on my third-person shooter action game, multiplayer game. It's like a cross between Helldivers and like, I don't know, maybe like Diablo or something. A little bit. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Yeah, hopefully it turns out good. I mean, I'm still miles away. I'm in alpha right now, but it is on Steam, but the new version that I've been working on, which is multiplayer and it's like a new game basically, comes out soon, so I'm trying to get it to work. Here we go. Alright, so we got ourselves this. So it automatically spawned a pile. That looks good. And it probably spawned some other stuff, but we don't have that set up yet. So we'll have to fix that in just a second. Alright, cool. Yeah. You go to Godot? Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, check it out whenever you want. Yep. Yeah, I think the link's in the bio. On Twitch there for the Steam game. But yeah, check it out. So like, yeah, like right now it's just an RTS game that's on Steam, but this new version is like a brand new game, basically. So, you know, just working on all this stuff, getting it all ready to rock and roll. Okay, so we're going to have to get... That looks good. Right now, I'm specifically what I'm doing is I'm trying to set up the random parameters for like camps and stuff, like enemy native kind of to the world stuff that you'll spawn into. You know, just like random dudes that you'll run into and stuff, or random camps. All right, so let's do this for now. So that spawns a resource type. That'll be harvestable. I'll make that harvestable here in a little bit. And then I really want to add a junk pile. It's gonna be tricky doing that. Well, let's get the entity to work first, like an enemy. So let's just do this for now. We're gonna do characters, enemies, and this is the new one that we're working on, enemy 2. It's a new prototype. It's gonna take some time to get it rocking and rolling, but it's supposed to pull from enemy data. So it looks up the row name of the enemy data, so we need to grab, let's go to enemy. Which one of these actually is set up? Ravager? Alright, so let's just do the Ravager for now, I guess. Okay, so Ravager is ready to rock. So what we want to do is go back to here now and say spawn resources. We know this works. Then the next thing is we need to get nav navigation system. We have to say origin is going to be our root mesh. We'll just say actor's location. Yeah, Godot's not too bad. You know, it's all about what works best for you, really. I can understand why people use it, so makes sense to me. Spawn actor from class. Okay, so this is going to be a few things here. So we're going to get, this is actually going to become a function here in a minute. We'll say navigatable radius of about like 500. All right, now we have to say that we want raid party. Sherry makes art. What's going on, Sherry? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. What brings you in here tonight? Would have loved to use UE. The learning curve on the blueprints just makes your head spin, but yeah. I mean, you know what it is? It is hard. I agree with you. I mean, it's one of the hardest things I've ever had to learn, but if you want to like really have a lot of options and have the full strength of the AAA studios and everything that they have out there, you gotta start somewhere. But it's definitely a deep pool, that's for sure. It is definitely a deep pool. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the follows, guys. I appreciate it. Thanks for popping on in here. Hopefully your raid was nice and smooth, or your stream was nice and smooth. Let me know what kind of projects you're working on. Spawn, ignore collisions. We're gonna adjust to collision. But you know what? Like, once you start learning the nodes and getting them like memorized, you can navigate so fast. Like, it really does work. Like, I do get why, you know, it's like the best engine out there. It makes sense. It's got a million flaws. Trust me, I curse at this thing every day. But what engine doesn't, right? So it makes sense. This is gonna be a master enemy. 2, tier 2. Got some new followers popping in here. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. If you guys have any questions, feel free to fire away and let me know what's on your mind. Okay, so the enemy POI data is now going to break out, and we're going to know exactly what kind of enemies we're going to get. And this is where we're going to get into a function. So we're actually going to take all this crap and bust it out into a function, I think. Oh, I can't because I'm spawning, so I gotta stay inside this. That's right. Welcome. Was working on MP3 metadata editor. Oh, interesting. Mainly trying to figure out a nice way to render the album art in the TUI library. Well, that's cool. Nice. That is some deep level stuff. Yeah. I don't know anything about it, but it sounds really cool. That's nice. Yeah, we're just working on over here. We're working on a third-person action shooter multiplayer game. So that's a mouthful. And it's already on Steam, but it's like the old RTS version that's on Steam right now. And it's going to be converting over here in the next few weeks to like the brand new version. So that's what I'm like frantically trying to do right now, is set everything up. Busy. There you go. Okay, there you go. Yeah. That makes sense. Well, as long as you're getting the job done and you know what you're doing, then you're doing something right. How long have you been working on the project for? Yeah, yeah. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Well, and like game dev stuff is like it's so hard because you have to know everything. Like even as an indie, you have to know a little bit of everything. It's like, there is no animation department, there is no modeling department, there is no rigging department for vehicles. Like you have to just do it all. So it's just like, oh my god. But right now we're pretty close to having this work. I'm trying to set up a system for. There we go. Spawnable entities. Okay, so this is going to go into a loop. Yeah, I'm trying to set up a randomized system so when players, I can show you a little bit about what's going on in the game. I guess sitting here staring at like boring code. Yeah, that's gonna fail right now because there's no such enemy. But anyways, yeah. So like right now, what I'm trying to set up is like the randomization of. Let's say you go to a world or a map. I'm trying to set up the randomization of like native assets, like enemy camps, enemy roaming, like roaming enemies that just kind of like want to do their own thing, whether it's like animals or creatures or whatever. So that whole system is tied into the system we're working on right now. So like, for example, this is random. It just randomly got placed here. Actually, it's this one right here. So this just got thrown in there randomly. It could be anywhere in the world, but it just decided to spawn right here, and then it chooses what kind of resources to put on here. And then the next thing that's going to come up in a minute here is it's going to put some like guards nearby, like some enemies, and then you start getting enemy camps, and then we start changing the assets, and we start, adding more to it, and walls and towers and security drones, and so that's kind of what I'm doing right now. Yeah, so it's crazy. Let me get this window shrunk a little bit. It's like huge. There we go. All right. And I can show you some other cool stuff here in a second. Maybe like a year ago, functionality. Actually, yeah, you keep going through UI changes because you can't make up your mind. That's like all I do. Yeah. That's all I do is constantly change shit around. Like, for example, this thing over here, this took me like 2 days to make. This is an ability system. So like when I use an ability, it like starts to actually like show me the cooldowns. And I'm like, you know what? It's too big. It's too big and I don't like it. I just don't like it. Now, obviously you can minimize it or you can just shut it off so you don't see it, but I don't like it. I'm going to make them smaller and I'm going to probably put them down here somewhere. Kind of similar to like how these are. I made it so you can like move stuff around too, because that was driving me nuts. Once a gamer, always a gamer. It's like, oh, this sucks. Let's fix that. Week later, it's finally fixed. But anyways, yeah, so I hear you with the UI stuff. I actually love doing UI. Like, I absolutely love it. But it can be a real pain in the ass. So I hear you there. But anyways, yeah, so I can show you a little bit about what's going on this project. You can like bring vehicles to maps and stuff. And yes, there's a lot more than just this map. This is just like my demo map that I'm just kind of experimenting with. It's my garage, if you will. So I finally finished making this vehicle, which I need to still fix the weight balance a little bit. But I'm like popping wheelies in an SUV. A little too much torque. But yeah, so this is an example of a vehicle that you can actually craft and make and all that sort of shit. I gotta add some stuff to it still. And there's like different weapons and stuff that you can shoot, take out enemies, blah blah blah. You can change your gear. If we go in here, we can like swap this stuff out. Now she's just wearing boots, so whatever. You can make your own character. There's pretty much anything you can think of you'll be able to do in terms of like a normal, multiplayer experience game. If we go back to our, let's go home and get out of here. This is just a demo world anyways, so nothing special. Yeah, no problem. Have a good stream. I shall. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. You take it easy over there. I know how it is. Raid and run. Because it's like you're exhausted, so go get some sleep or chill out, whatever you're doing. Do you have to utilize a pathing and such for AI, or does UE have different sort of pathing system? Thank you. Yeah, the pathing system it uses what's called a navigatable region or a navigation zone, I guess, whatever. Pathfinding. So basically, yeah, it automatically computes all that stuff for you, and it knows like, okay, you know, this is where you're going, this is where you can't go, this object is blocking that location, blah blah blah. So, you know, anyways, but yeah, so it's kind of cool. I think I just realized that those maps weren't showing their names. Maybe it was. Navmesh, thank you. That's the correct name. I couldn't think of it. Whoa. Okay, cool. So that's working. Sweet. Man, she's hauling ass now. Alright, so this is like a normal map. And of course, like anything you see out in this world is harvestable. So you have like a harvest tool. You can just like start picking stuff up, harvesting, doing whatever you want. So it's got like some kind of like, I want to say survival-ish game mechanics and stuff. There's still some plants I need to fix apparently. We'll have to fix that. There's gonna be a lot of bugs because I've changed so much stuff. But yeah, any map you can find is gonna be random as hell. You don't know what you're gonna see. I'm gonna probably have to change the collision mesh so that these things do not overlap. One of the hardest things has been trying to make everything like randomized, because it's just like super system on top of super system, you know, just like super complicated. But yeah, so and then like you would obviously do the mission. So like this mission says we have to find rare stones. Good luck finding the needle in the haystack. So I have no idea where the hell they are. I don't really have any tools to help you find them right now. So technically speaking, that's supposed to be an easy quest, and it's like impossible. But yeah, oh, is this one? No, that's the leaf. So crazy shit. Yes. Yep. Yeah, it never ends. It never ends, man. It's just like, ugh, just never freaking ends. All right, so this right here needs to get updated. So what we're gonna work on this next section here. I'll probably wrap up here in a little bit. I'm like starting to fade myself, but that's the thing too. Like it's just so tiring. There's so many moving components and stuff. It's like, oh god. All right, let's try to move this over here. And we're just going to basically cycle through these and spawn any creatures that are assigned to the spawnable entities list. So it's going to take that array, it's going to find it, and it's going to pick a random location within 500 radius of the navigation system, which is what we were just talking about, the nav mesh. And we can see like what's available to walk on if we press P. So this like kind of does the nav mesh for us. So if something can't be walked on, it'll say like deny. It's still kind of buggy, but like you really gotta like hand tailor it. But once you get it going, it's pretty sweet. All right, sounds good, Cluster. We'll catch you later, man. No worries, dude. All right, let's grab this. So this is gonna be enemy POI data, spawn actor. Okay, so all we really need is just the creature. Let's do one. Leave that alone. I'm like constantly changing stuff because I don't know like how I want to use things or how they're going to be implemented. POI data, POI, enemy POI. Okay, so right now we're saying use master enemy. We're going to change that. So that's going to go to here. And we're going to say this is going to be called I need enemy data. What is that? Enemy S enemies, I think is what I called it. There we go. That's what I want. All right, so this is the collection of enemies that we're going to allow at that specific site. So let's re-update this shit. Then we're going to go over here. Enemy POI. Okay, so what kind of enemies are we going to have at the Junker Hut? We're going to have Junkers. I think I'm going to change that into a map to make it easier on myself. which will be names matched with amounts. So let's do enemies. Yeah, spawnable enemies. We'll do single. We're going to do names. And we're going to map that with an amount. Like that. There we go. So now what I can do is I can go back over here. And we can say, what kind of enemies do we want? Let's add one. And what kind of enemy is it going to be? We can give it a name. In this case, I'm probably going to categorize it. I'm trying to make this as easy as possible for me on the backside, so I can just like, you know, yeah, do this, yeah, do that. You know, just like add stuff real fast and easy. But for now, I'm probably going to have to do names exactly. I don't know. Unless I break them all into an enum category. Let's see. Enemy types. What do we got so far? There's really no other way to do this, is there? It's gonna take forever to do it that way. I guess I'll just do the names for now. Screw it. At least just to test it, you know? So we'll just say this is called Ravager. And we want 2 of them. And then the actual enemy POI will say, okay. Get, let's see, map. What is it? Keys. Scrap that. See, I'm always changing my systems around. It's just like non-stop, which is actually really annoying. I wish it was just like, oh, I just want to do this and I'm done, but it's just, it's never that easy. Get data table row. We're going to look up the file of each enemy. And then we got to transfer this data into here like that. All right. So, and the amount of times it does this, it's going to do, we got to do a loop. So let's do loop. Loops inside of loops inside of loops, man. Last index is, we're going to find the name of that key and get the value, and that is going to be the maximum amount that we're going to spawn as our last index. All right, we don't really care what index we're on because it is what it is. All right. What's going on, Graham? What's shaking, man? What you up to? What's new with your project? How's everything going? I haven't heard from you in a while, man. Still going strong? Working on plugins and stuff? Okay. Master enemy. This is the data. Now let's go to this master enemy. Dude, I keep like redoing systems so freaking much. Chilling for a minute, but yeah. I'm like constantly coming up with new ideas and changing things. I'm just like, ugh. Oh, this is just gonna bring in the names straight up. Oh, that's if it fails. Okay, so we can just do this now. We can grab this, move this down here, and this is really what's gonna happen for the most part. Yeah, it's just been crazy, man. I'm trying to do like the big boy shit now where it's like automatic setups of like what kind of enemy camps are on the map, what do the camps do, how many enemies are spawned, what's the random probabilities based on which biomes, based on the difficulty of the map, based on how many players. Like there's so much shit that I'm trying to like add and I'm just like, ugh. But we're getting through it, man. It's just, fucking nonstop. An advanced save system plugin. Okay, very cool, very cool. Did you see the new stuff that they added in 5.6, the Iris stuff for like basically MMOs? Obviously, you have to use like an API hook, which is like a big turnoff for me because that's like beyond me right now. But I was like, that looks cool. I could see that being something pretty sweet down the road. It's supposed to make replication like way more optimized for like large scale hosted games and stuff, like kind of like MMO style. So it's nice to see that they're actually thinking about that stuff because they've been neglecting MMOs for so long. All right, so change our mesh, change this. Alrighty. If true, set visible. We want to set it first, then make it invisible. I hear you, man. Yeah, it's ridiculous. There's a new game coming out soon, in like 10 days or some shit. Let's switch to this song right there. Called Bitcraft that I'll be trying. It actually looks pretty cool. Just as a side note, it's like they're using this new server tech, which is really cool. I was trying to look it up and see what it's about, but and you can try it for free, but it's really interesting shit. But anyways, they're using like some really cool new server tech, so we'll see how that goes with that launch of that game at least. As a face, if true, we're gonna set our face if needed. Instead of that being humanoid, I'm gonna have to change that to uses face. Some enemies are not going to use the skeletal mesh additional face. That's if we use metahumans for certain things. Okay. So if so, we want to add it, then we want to do that, blah, blah, blah. If not, we want to do nothing. I hope I hit the right keys, right? There we go. False, off, set, done. All right, moving onward. This whole section here can now go down here. Get uses face. Same thing, blah, blah, blah. Get face, plug it in, done. All right. Mm-hmm. They're making an MMO and blueprints only. I mean, shit, whatever. With Iris, they might be able to pull it off now. So, I mean, you're gonna have to use an API for something because most of it, like, you gotta talk to a server, and it gets really complicated. I mean, essentially, like, you can do a lot with just blueprints. I mean, shit, this will be multiplayer, 4, 5, even 20 players if I wanted in one area. That should be fine. But like, you start getting into hosting and stuff, like dedicated servers, it gets a little redonk, and it gets redonk fast. All right, there they are. So it worked. It's still loading. We would be in a loading screen right there, but I don't have it set up yet. So it spawned a few too many, so I gotta set that to 1. What is this? This is enemy. This is straight up. This is the wrong one. Very cool. How many people are on their team? Yeah, I'm sure there'll be some latency issues, unless there's like, depends on how you said MMO. Like, unless they're gonna do like an instance, I'll bet you it's an MMO that's like structured. You know what I mean? Like instance based. It has to be. It has to be. Small scale MMO might have to switch to UE after all. Yeah, dude, UE's the place to be, man. That's what we keep saying. Like, I wouldn't go anywhere else. You want to be one of the big boys, you got to learn how to play with the big toys. You know what I mean? And this toy is huge. It never ends. But you know what? The good news is, once you learn it, you're going to be way more powerful because you're going to be able to do pretty much anything in the industry. Like, Godot is fun and silly and all that shit, but like when it really comes down to it, like, you know, you can take Unreal Engine. Exactly. You can take Unreal Engine skills and apply them in TV, film, even DMX for music. You remember watching Deadmau5 do that? You can incorporate it into web design, interactive tablets, interactive whatever, menus and displays and HUDs. So, like, if you learn Unreal Engine, you're pretty much on top of it. Yeah, Mandalorian, exactly. So like you're pretty much in the know. I think we got some commercials playing. Okay, so that's working. So it spawned 2 enemies in a random location. That's perfect. And it made sure to put those enemies somewhere within the radius of this this site right here. So that's perfect. So the sites are all random. They are based on what I select for what the map is allowed to spawn. And the enemies that do spawn are random within the local area. And then I'm just going to have to make sure that the enemies have a leash option so that they try to stay in that vicinity. But yeah, pretty close. So looking good so far. Looking good so far. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, Epic Games wins either way because are the ads still going, or are they done finally? Good lord, like 45 minutes of ads. I was just gonna say, Godot is sponsored by Epic Games. Like, they literally pay them. They pay them a huge chunk of money to keep going. Fun fact, Epic Games also gives money to Unity. So, Anyways, I think that's how they stay on top, is they kind of just like monopolize everybody. I don't know. Really weird. But anyways, yeah, Godot's good. I mean, you know, if it works for you, it works for you. But if you want to play with the big boys, you should pop on over to Unreal when you're done. It's fun, man. Like I do enjoy coding. I can't stand trying to do C++ code, but doing this stuff is good enough for me because I'm still like very visual and working on other stuff and asset development. So I don't know. I like it all. It's all fun. Okay, so this is working. This is creating the amount that we want. It knows what kind of enemies we have, which ones were contained in the container here. It also is setting up our resources. So this is all nice and dandy. These guys, I'm gonna have to totally redo. So I was gonna take my old AI from my RTS and I was gonna like try to change it, and I'm just like, it's too much. So I'm gonna start taking pieces that work out and just build a new AI system. So that's what these guys are. This new system here that I'm working on. Because you learn so much from like when you started, and you know. Alright, so this is gonna be leashed. Are we leashed or not? We need to expose that on spawn. Default is off. So then when we start over here, we will then say we are leashed. Better yet, I'm going to make that a little bit more intelligent. We're going to say I'm trying to think of, it's going to need an asset, isn't it? So it's going to need a leashed asset. We'll call this let's see, enemy POI. What is this going to get us? Probably only need a location, right? Like, why send all that data through the system when all we really need is the location? Maybe I'll just make it the BP itself. I think I might need to have the enemies talk to stuff on the BP, so that's why I'm just like, maybe I'll just give it to them like this, and then I can just get the information directly that way. Might be better. Because of the runtime fee. Alright, wouldn't be surprised if they funded Godot to compete with Unity. Yeah, because Godot isn't a direct competitor to Unreal, but it is to Unity. True. I mean, let's be honest. Nobody's competing against Unreal. But yeah, I know what you mean. Like in terms of like a competitor, yeah. They might be 7 to 8 million miles away, but they're still technically a competitor, yeah. Okay, is valid. We'll need to check that on startup. Okay. Police location. And then what we can do is, well, there's one of two ways we could do this. I'm just trying to think of the best way to do it because I don't want to have like 8,000 things that I have to like send through the channel every time. POI, refresh, leashed location. This is going to be leashed asset. Self. Alright, so now it should know. We should not get an error here. Just double checking that it's passing that data through the system. Find enemy POI in GM standard. Oh, that's something else. Okay, I gotta fix that too. Okay, so yeah, there's no error with them, so that is working. Cool. Ugh. Alright, I think it's break time for me. I'm gonna chill out for a bit. I'm gonna go get some food, relax, recharge my brain. Been streaming for 5.5 hours, so I'm exhausted. If you guys enjoyed the music in the background, fun fact, I made it all, so feel free to check me out on Spotify. You can support me on there. Also, if you want to be a part of the action off stream, you can always check out our Discord. Right there. So that's all I got. I will be on tomorrow, guys. Enjoy your deving, enjoy your projects, and I will catch you guys later. All right, guys? All right, peace out. Enjoy yourselves. Enjoy the rest of your night, day, morning, wherever you may be around the world. I'll catch you guys later. All right, peace out. No problem. All right, later, guys.